Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hello, hello. Oh my god, there's so many of my tails. Hello. Hope you are doing good. Hi, Brian. Hi, Nexus. And hi, Zandik. Hello. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. I had good dim sum. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Tail. Tail. Do you know any musical instruments? I do. I play, used to actually. play piano and also a Chinese instrument called erhu. We love tail around these here parts. I know, tails are so good. I love tail, I love belly, I love horn. Yeah. Also, I want to try out this game. I think I saw Ixon played it. And I saw Toonbolt play a little bit as well, but I don't know what this game is about. I was like, oh, hey. It looks like this game is like make your own vehicle kind of thing. Yeah. I'm feeling creative today. We taily folks, we tummy folks, we horny folks. It sounds about right. It sounds about right. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah. Oh yeah. The musical instrument. I mean, one that I play is like just pure Chinese instrument. Let me show you this one. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, ask away. This one. I used to play this one. Man, it gives me PTSD just like... Just looking at this, I remember training this one for like years just to get the basics, get the basic of to make a sound that's consistent and not like make like a dying pig noise. String instrument, yeah, looks difficult. It's difficult as fuck, yeah. I still have the instrument here, but I don't even know if it's working anymore because it's been inside the case for like, man, I feel like almost a decade. Or maybe more than a decade already. Yeah, it's that long. I haven't touched it, but I still play piano. Oh, sorry, I think the most recently instrument that I play is piano. Yeah. Piano is kind of fun. I like it. I used to play like I love to play like the sonatina, very nice. And then I used to practice Hungarian Rhapsody, but then now I cannot play it anymore because holy shit, Hungarian Rhapsody is like breaks my fingers. What made you choose green for your eye color? Oh. I don't know. Actually, hey G. I feel like, yeah, man, oh, oh, they just cleans me out instantly. I chose green. I think it's mostly because it looks good with this color combination, and I like it. I might be a little bit biased towards green eyes as well. I think even my dragon character, even Linglong has like green eyes. Let me double check. We all know that green is the best color. Sorry, that goes for purple. Purple is great. Oh yeah, I mean my dragon has like green eyes, but pupil is like purple. See that? Right there. Yeah. I mean, this one might be a little bit too bright because I messed up the emission there. But yeah, this is what... It's me, being hauled by a dragon. Wow. Jade is biased? Yeah. I mean, I like purple not because I'm biased, it's just because it's fact. It's a fact. Me? No, couldn't be. I like yellowy purple. Ooh, I mean, yellowy purple is It's a good mix, yeah. Green works surprisingly well. I love green. Not more than I love purple though. Oh, it's Lavo. Hi. Hello, Trucken. 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 Does anyone ever kissed Tira? I mean, on the forehead, yeah. It's come to our first... on mute, sadly. Oh, it's okay. As long as Dragon is here, I'm happy. Oh! No, I need to fix audio issues? Shit, I don't even know if I have audio issues. I mean, probably. I don't know. I didn't check. I mean, I did check, but didn't check as much. I feel so lazy these days. It's kind of bad. I love how everyone just like telling Lavo to go to bed. But no, I want Dragon. I'm gonna be one irresponsible kobold and tell you not to go to bed because I want to look at Dragon. I actually don't do that. I go to bed. Don't do that. Sleep is good. I'm sleepy. Kind of. Maybe. A little bit. I don't know. And as I get more and more delayed as my stream goes on, and I think I know why. Sometimes I think when a game is too intensive, it tends to does that. I'll go to bed in an hour and 19 minutes. Okay, you know what? I feel the same way. Because I have to wait for... Lavo starts at 1 AM for me. 一点了，我看一下。9、10、11、12、yeah, around 1 AM. 1 AM and I was like, I want to look at Dragon and then I want to sleep. I couldn't help it. I think, you know, just cobalt things. I want to look at dragons. Why not? Oh, I see the extension level. Used to see him, but I don't know. So many hoses and like this is a combustion engine. Oh god. What? Someone's calling me. Why? Oh. Thing. It was a scam call. Screw Kobo Day? Yeah, huh? I mean... A dragon can do that. Today we're making cars. Oh my god, wow. A Kobo Engineering. Nothing about screwing a kobold here. There's no there's no screwing kobold, I don't think I've seen though. I don't know. Actually, is there music in this game? I don't mind listening to all these Hoenn region Pokemon music because they're so good. I love them. Look at that. Oh my god. Eat Pokemon. Pokemon good. Okay, let's play this one. I don't know if this game is very intensive. I hope that I don't need to go flat for this game. Oh yeah, also hi Soda. I feel my brain doesn't work pretty much all the time. Hi, well, welcome. Good boy only works on me if you build up to it. Are you going to bet you're gonna spend some time with me? Take me. No, wait, I didn't say that on stream, don't worry about it. Nuh-uh, didn't happen. Is my PC dying from this? Oh, I hope not. Ooh. 30 stream stick? Oh my god, why am I looking at? I think there's music in this game. Okay, wait, let's pause this one. It's kind of a cute music. Why is the cow noises? Speed unit. MPH is miles per hour, right? I'm so not used to looking at this and like KMH, apai 2H, you know. Because in Malaysia we always see it's not KMH but KMJ. Oh hell yeah, KMJ instead of H. Itulah 1 km per hour. Bukan, sorry. Itulah 1 km per jam. Right, jam is hour in Malay. so yeah. MPH actually millimeters per horse length. America is kind of weird like that. I mean, millimeters per horse length. I do wonder what kind of horse length are we talking about. I mean, the game looks fine for now. $69? Don't know if it's gonna be very loud. Why is that cow noises? It's gonna be a bit lurky, but I hope we have a good time. Thank you, Nexus. Always appreciate that lurk. Thank you, thank you. Ooh. How do I start this game? First tutorial in Korea or rankless career? I'll take 3 career. Which one? This one? Oh god, I don't I don't know, okay, I cannot read. Reading is hard. I just want to look at dragons and yeah. If I want to skip this tutorial, you can always press escape. Oh, wait, my PC is not actually lagging. It's playing at 42 FPS. Oh no. Actually, your vehicle is oriented correctly. These glowing arrows on the ground signalize the driving direction. Move around using WASD. Use space and left control to move up and down. Control? Oh. No one told me I can play. I can fly in this game. Have a good night. Well, thank you, thank you. Oh. Look around while holding the right mouse button. Oh, it's like I'm playing. It's like I'm playing Blender. Or like a 3D software. To complete the chases, we need to add 4 suspensions. What is suspension? Oh no. Okay, I'm probably gonna ask chat a lot because I don't know anything about cars. I'm just feeling creative and I want to create something Wild. This suspension is quite small and has only little travel. It's very useful for small vehicles or when you want to build in a tight and compact space. Oh, it's telling me where to put the suspension. Oh boy, I'm gonna fail horribly at this, don't I? What does suspension do? To enable our car to actually drive, we need to power the wheels through the suspensions. Connect both front suspension with an axle? Axis? Lego bone? Lego bone. Oh, is it like a metal rod? Oh! To finally generate some power, we now put an engine onto this axle. Engine. This small electric engine provides a lot of power at low RPMs, but it has a limited top speed and the power fall off towards the top speed. Don't know what that means. Oh my god, it's moving! Oh, we used our car suspension. Oh, that's kinda cool. Is this how car is made? Man, this car is too normal. I don't like it. I want something more unique. Now we have to make our front wheels steerable, otherwise we could only drive in a straight line. Oh yeah. These like the current part in hand. Oh. Make the left front suspension steerable. I just do that? Oh. First right. Oh, I get to drive now? Oh my god, my PC is dying from this. Help. Oh my god, I'm dying. wait. Okay, it's a lot better now. Is this inversed? Why is the mouse inversed? Invert, why? Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Now to drive, we can simply woo and to accelerate and brake. R and D steering, okay? Ooh. That's the stability of our car. Drive against this wall with full speed. No one told me there's gonna be destruction in this game? What? Repair it quickly. Real quick, press R. Oh. Now that our car is fully repaired, you can drive to the end of the course and finish the tutorial. You drove outside the tutorial area, trying to drive towards the checkpoint in front of you. Okay. Did I do that? Oh my god, the sound. Oh, wait, can I just keep going? Okay, the game is getting loud here, so let me... Especially I love 69. I'm gonna put 50, alright? It's the oh, actually the engine noise can go down to 69, and I think it should be good. Yeah, it is the engine noise. This is kind of cool. Bare bone car. Take your reward and make some kings proud. Oh my god, shiny. No more 69. It's okay, there's still 69 on the engine noises. Now you can go to your garage, improve your car, challenge the kings, and unlock countless new parts, gears, and engines. Oh. Here you can either go to the career, just drive around in free drive, or go back to your garage. What is this? Oh my god. I cannot get any of these yet? Unnamed. Oh, I need to upgrade this car. Okay, what can I do? Why is this one inversed again? No. God damn it. Build. Oh my god, there we go. I can paint? What is this? Used to connect two axes together in order to make them longer? So I can make like is this the axis? So if I put, and then if I put, oh my god, wait, I can make a 战斗机. Oh, wait, can I use this? Oh, oh my god. What else do we have? What is this? What's a connector? Beam? Oh, is this my car base? What? Oh, I mean, oh.
Hey, Tylra.
Hi. Hi, Wildflower. Okay, time to make some diabolical thing. Oh, wait, that looks good. Oh yeah, look at that. Whoa, that looks cool. Why? I don't know. So I can extend, I can only add through here? Lego? Looks like it. Also, there's no music, so we can... Hey. Oh, I'm out of it.
What is 28 plus 22?
It's more than my fingers. I don't know how to count. 4? I have 4 fingers. I have 4 fingers. Or do I need connectors to connect more things? Whoa, wait. Whoa, that's so cool. Why can you not go the other way around? Oh. Oh, wait, if you go up? Oh my god.
Okay, an easier one. What is 20 plus 30?
Huh. 20 is still... What is 20? I only know 4. Mm. Kobo doesn't know how to count. What is 20? 4. 4. Wait, so I can connect. Wait, they already have this? Oh, wait, that's weird. Oh, I can put here because... Oh! Wait, I can put there because there's a thing there. What else can I put? I mean, I can only put one engine? I don't know what Axis does. Oh, I need more of these. I have 111. No, this is too wild for now. Delete this. Oh wait, did I mess up? Why are you of different height? Wait, I can choose which hole you can get into. Oh, thanks for the 5-stream streak. Maybe don't go up. Yeah, don't go up, we go down instead. Yeah, like this, like this. So now we have like some sort of a 战斗车. No. Okay, we're gonna put in the middle. What does this do?
What about 49 plus 1?
40 what? I know one. I have one thing. That's one, right? You know what's funny actually? I have to flip the bird to get one for the model. Anyway. What's the number? I know 41? 41. Yeah. Mathematics is easy. What do any of these do? Wait, how? Can I just like? No? Maybe this one? What does this do? Hmm? Can I put something here? Oh. I mean, I already know, like, this is going to be the wheel, so... I mean, to keep it simple, I guess. Right? Now we have a steerable car, I think? Sort of. I mean, you're probably gonna need like a... We need a back wheel, right? Oh, don't do this. Just... oops. Just... add... this one. And then... we're gonna get a short beam that faces there. And then get like a strong, long as fuck connector. Can you connect that together? Oh, that's cool. And then have... No, that's not it. Oh, connector! And then what's this? This one allows me to... Oh, but I need to add another connector to this, right? I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen? Wait, what? Huh? I don't get it. I mean, I guess I kind of get it, but at the same time, maybe not. I can add beams, so I can only add connectors to this. So can you? Oh, there we go. Oh wait, I cannot put it both ways. I want to make like a long-tailed scorpion or something like that. I mean, that kind of looks like a scorpion front, right? Hi, Jandra. Oh, wait, I can add beam. Why are you off axis? Why are you off... Well, why are you off axis? But why? What? Huh? I guess it's better if it's off axis. Okay, now we put suspension here, right? So suspension is where we need to put... Car? Wheel? Oh my god, I love it when it's off axis! And then the suspension has things so we can play with it again. Right? We need to connect... I'm still not used to controls. Yeah, we need to connect two of these. So that we can put... Right? I think I need the longer one. Why you like this game? I mean, okay, it works like this. This one. No! Oh! Oh yeah, this one. Okay, good. And then I can put... Oh my god, yeah! And then I can put more... axes. Oh! Oh, it's coming along nicely. Can't stay, but hope it's going good with stream. But yeah, hopefully I'll see you later. Of course. It's okay. Thanks for stopping by. And then now we need this one. Can you point like up, I guess? This one is probably gonna be like... Oh, wait. What if I put like in the middle? Can I choose which hole to put into? I mean, this is probably gonna be... Oh wait, no, if I add this and then I can add beams to behind, it's gonna offset the weight. Look at that. I mean, it doesn't look like a scorpion anymore, but this could work. Alright, looking good. How do I save this? Leap vehicle? Whoa! It's a cool effect. What does that mean? found block 77. Huh. The tires are using the amount of tires used. The heavier your vehicle is, the more grip it has as well. I mean, my vehicle is 229 kg. I guess that's pretty heavy. Kobo. What's aerodynamic? How much downforce your vehicle generates? The more wings you have, the more effective descent. The higher the generated downforce will be. I mean, I made a scorpion. I guess I'm pretty proud of it. So do I escape to save? Let's see. Win? Named. Now I can save it. What? Scorbo. Alright, how does this bad boy drive? Oh. Oh. Oh, it's barely moving. Oh, something is stuck. Oh my god, it's working. My scorpion is working. Oh my god, this is the best vehicle ever. Oh. It's fine. Did something break? Why are you not move? Oh, oh, the scorpion tail is. Oh, I mean, yeah, looks good. Here we go. What? Hi, Frankie. It's a wild one. You're just gonna control it for a little bit before it starts working again. Look at my scorpion car. It's so good. Oh, it's losing control. Help! oh, this is a very wild one. It's gonna take some. It's gonna take a while for it to. I cannot seem to control. There we go. It's working again. It's not working again. We might need something to. We might need something to control this scorpion. It's getting a little wild. How do we make it like stay? This one goes down. Why? Is it because of this? Can I also hold this one up? A gigantic turning axle? I don't know what's an axle. I'm just trying to make a scorpion and it kind of works. Okay, what else can I do? What else do I have? Maybe if I offset the weight. Can I do that? Oh wait, no. don't know if it's gonna offset the weight. And then we're gonna put this. What does this do? And then I can add another axle, I guess? Is this axle or axis? That's probably stable. Also, I love how these things are just like wang dangling. like the front, like these things are just wang dangling. Alright, looks good. We have our scoreboard here. Look at that, it's perfect. Oh my god. Oh! But something's looking a little fucky here. What's going on? My car cannot move. My scorpion, it's dying. Why did it fall down like that? Oh, ooh. Nope, it's stuck. I cannot move. Oh, I can drive backwards. Oh my god, new meta. Drive backwards. I actually cannot control my vehicle. Oh, if this is even a vehicle. I have some money, right? Okay, let's go to good one. Shop. Alright, what do we have? Can I put multiple engine in one vehicle? Wait, I bought it. Maybe I can put it in? Engine. This is the engine, right? Configure? Oh, okay. Why? Can I not put anything in? What if I put my engine somewhere above? Is it gonna help? What does pick mean? I mean, I got 2 engines, probably gonna have more power. Yeah, look at that, it's 7 HP now. Here? Oh. I cannot move. I cannot move. I just want my scorpion to work. It looks like this thing is making... something is making them fall. Let's delete all of these first. Wait, why do you have color? Why do you have different color? Is this an upgraded version of this? Engine needs... Oh wait, engine needs this. Wait, get up. So if I put engine here... Oh wait, I can put engine there? Yeah. Okay, this is probably gonna work. I believe this. Max speed 46. I'm so fast. What? Oh, it's kind of moving now. The scorpion tail is dragging behind. No. Maybe making a scorpion tail might be a little bit too ambitious here. Problem is I need to make these things, make this stable. Yeah, I probably just need to make them stable, right? But how do I make them stable? Is there like some sort of stabilizer that I can make them not fall? Okay, let's remake this a little bit. Wait, no. Hmm? I mean, it's probably stabilized now, I guess, but I could have put anything more. Oh, there we go. No. No. Can I choose which hole to get in? Oh, there we go. Nice. Wait, this one? No, no. Oh, nice. No. I mean, I don't know why it's like green color all of a sudden. It's not as long though. Oh. No. I need this one. Oh yeah. Oh. Wait. Oh, perfect. That's nice, right? My scoreboard. It's my scorpion thing. Okay, how can I upgrade? How can I upgrade this a little bit more? Engine. Yeah, looks good. Gain bronze in downhill adventure or the long jump. Oh, this career, right? Of course. I got my scoreboard. Can you drive them? Lincoln the Maya. Hi. Bionicle? Oh, it's very wiggly. It doesn't move. No, it doesn't move. Oh. Wait. Wait. It's a wild one. Oh. Oh. What is this? Ready? No, I'm not ready. I cannot drive this. One problem. It's not very stable. I don't know how to make them stable. This is cool. I know, but I just don't know how to make things work. Can I... like... What if I make them steerable? Right? Like, what's gonna happen? Oh! Oh! I can paint! Oh my god, I can paint! And then one wheel that's not green. There we go. Is this like nuts and bolts? I don't know what that is. Nuts and bolt? Okay, what do we have? What if I just how do I make you guys not fall down is the question. Just these things are just like wang dangling. Yeah, this one is like wang dangling. I kind of want them to not wang dangle, but I don't know how to make them not wang dangle. Is the question. I don't know if there's like a thing where I can just make them not wang dangle. Maybe don't let them go up, but go back instead? I mean, it's probably gonna provide the same thing, just... I want my Scorpion to work! Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Oh, I think someone mentioned that game, like, last week. It is a car creation game where you make vehicles to complete tasks. Oh, I mean, this one is sort of like that as well, I think. I just started, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just feeling creative and want to make some vehicles that doesn't explode, hopefully. There has to be a way to make them not wang dangle. Is it gonna wang dangle? Most likely. Is it gonna help? Probably not. Am I gonna try? Yeah. Oh, wait, is it? Oh, I mean, oh, it's a wild one. I'm drifting. Oh, is it because I made them all steerable? Okay, well. There we go. Is this engine actually working, or do I need to put it somewhere that it actually can work? I don't know. This might work, right? Maybe? There we go. Alright, looks perfect to me. Alright, let's try once more. I mean, now the car is like moving straight, I guess? Look at that! I mean, ooh, that's kinda cool. Oh. Oh. Whoa! I'm driving forward. This is a very wild one. Ooh. Wait. If I can get it under control, I might be able to drive this thing. Yo, maybe? Oh, no. Oh. I don't know. It's not moving anymore. I want to make it work. I mean, this looks cool though. I want to make it work. Hi, Rogue. Maybe I cannot do this for now. Fine. Maybe. Oh, I need. Yeah, I need to drink more water. Okay, we're gonna drive with no scorpion tail for now and see how it works. I mean, it's probably gonna work fine. Yeah, look at that, it's perfect. Yo, oh my god, it's so good. Kobo!
Tile rack, stair, 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 tile rack.
I've been stared at. Thank you, thank you for 100 gems. Oh my god, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's working fine. Right? So I really cannot just add things willy-nilly. I have one question though. Why is this stable? Why is it like not wang dangling down? Wait, is it not wang dangling down? Are you not wang dangling down? Yeah, you're not, you're straight. I mean, the other ones are wang dangling, but... Are they wang dangling because I'm using axle? So if I use axle, they wang dangle? If I don't use axle, they don't wang dangle? I mean, probably. Okay, time to give it a try. Again. We're gonna remove these as well, down here. Okay, clean state. Pokemon? Oh. Okay, let me try this. Oh wait, that's perfect. No. No. Good enough. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, wait, maybe Scorpion Car is within my dreams? Oh, yo, look at that. Maybe? Okay, don't use axle. They will wang dangle if I use axle. So just use the connectors, I think. Hi Gravity. And good afternoon. Oh my god, eat the Gravity. Look, Gravity, I'm gonna make a scorpion mobile. Oh. I mean, it's not gonna be very scorpion-like, but maybe? Alright, let's just hope it doesn't wang dangle. Oh yo, 8 Roland's Gravity. Yeah, na Gravity na. Alright, check out my score mobile. Why are you wang dangling? Why are you wang dangling? But the front is not wang dangling though. Oh my god, I'm doing the initial D, let's go. I mean, why not, right? Snake. 좋았어. Gravity 좋았어. Maybe. Okay, lo me Allah. They'll just wang dangle. Okay, fine. No scorpion? Okay. You know what? Okay. If I do the same thing, is it gonna wang dangle behind? How can I choose which hole to insert to? I cannot choose. What? Oh my god, just let me choose the first hole, come on. Oh, wait, there's a second one. Can I not? Oh yeah, I like this game. Oh my god, yeah. Okay, I want to see if it rectangles. Hi, Evie. Why is this Zelda machine game? This is I make car, but I make scorpion instead. I don't know, I'm feeling creative today. Try to scroll doesn't work. Typically you work with your partner to choose which hole to insert to, but since it looks like a solo job, I don't get to choose. See, okay, look, something's wrong here. Something's mega wrong here. Because that thing is wang dangling. Why is the front stable and the back is like wang dangling, huh? I don't get it. Why? I mean, at least it's kind of... I mean... It works, I guess? Okay, do not press the handbrake button. It will break. Well, I mean, one hand... oh, okay. Oh wait, the thing in front is not even connected together. The thing in the front is not even connected together. I love this game. Yeah, it's a solo job. It's kind of hard to it's kind of hard for me to choose which hole to insert to. I'll manage. Maybe they are wang dangling because I'm using axle here. What if I don't use axle? Okay, how about this? Let me... we use connectors instead. And then suspension. Can I not use suspension? Do you need this to use suspension? Suspension needs hole? What's with this game in holes? Wait, it works on axle though. I don't get it. Maybe? Oh, it's working now. I mean... Huh? Oh, okay, there we go. I don't understand. Which is why this game is good, because I don't understand. Okay, now are you gonna wang tangle? I hope not. Is it the right hole? Okay, it is. Hmm? Gonna mark more exam papers while chilling here. Hope you're all doing great here. Oh, I missed that. Oh yeah. Wait, is it already like exam season or so something like that? Crazy. Good luck marking exam papers, Gravity. Okay, now maybe I can make it work. The dream is not dead. Probably. Oh my god, it's so hard to choose. The hole. Oh. Oh, there we go. Oh, that... Wait, that looks better. Oh my god, it's an upgrade. It's so stable! I don't know what I did different, but it's so stable now! I can drive and I can flip people the bird all the time. Oh my god, this is the best vehicle ever! So I'm wearing a push-up bra today. It looks like my booba have doubled in size with it. But it's not just padding as there's still a lot of void inside. Oh, I mean, it's still growing, right? Like the growing phase is not done yet. 8 months? There's still a chance that it might just fill the void. Middle. Middle. Oh, maybe scrolling does work. Okay. What does that do? Can I add after that? Middle? So Axel will make things go wang dangle. This thing will not make it go wang dangle. I see. If I put this one here, is it gonna wang dangle? I hope not. But if this works, man, this is the best car ever. It doesn't wang dangle! Look at the Scorpion mobile! Oh my god! Can't believe I actually did it. Man, this reminds me the first time I made a crab dragon in Zelda. Ah, too bad I don't have the clip of it. Crap. But yeah, that's fun. Oh, handbrake doesn't break the thing. Yeah, it works. Okay, back to garage. Now we can do career. Wait, no. Career. What are they? Why are their tires look so? Like they're cheating. Their car looks so bomb. I mean, it's not as bomb as mine, but that tire is bomb. I want it. A to B race, climb the hill. You first need to defeat the Queen of Quickening. The Combustion King. Prince of Gears. Oh, you like the first one? Oh, is that your car? Oh, wait, no. Oh, this is a contest! Okay. Check out my car. Yo, let's go! Oh, and this music? Oh shit, I cannot pause the game, okay. Watch out, here comes the scorpion! Oh, no, don't touch me. Oh, they're gonna touch me. Nice. Oh, sorry. Yeah, destroy everything. I'm so fast. I mean, not as fast as the silver, but we take those. Hey, not bad. Oh my god, I'm rich. Okay. Can be attached to some electric engines. Increase the energy storage of the engine, thus increasing its power by the curve below. Rubbers are reinforced more grip than the wooden tires. Oh! Oh no, the cones! It's okay, don't worry about it. Hi, Toysasas. I'm becoming a dragon? Upgrade the grip for a car with some new wheels. Remove the old wooden wheels. Oh, I got this. Enjoy these grippy tires. Yeah. Where's my car? Okay, now we can upgrade our car now. My Scorpion Mobile. Don't worry about that. This one is not green. It's okay. That does mean I can put more tires though. Am I right or am I right? And you know what we like to do? More tires, always. Okay, where can we put the tires? We just need these, I think? So then we can put tires, question mark? Oh, I can only put tires in suspension? Yeah. How much is this? I can buy a few. I probably need to buy a few suspension as well. No, no money! Okay. All good. Why do I put suspension again? Alright, I need holes for the suspension. Right, of course. Holes. I'm out of hole. I mean, I can put one. How much do it cost? Okay. It's perfect. Oh my god, my Scorpion Mobile is gonna be so strong! Oh yeah, we also have this. So how do I put this one? Oh. Oh! Are you stronger now? I mean, your max speed is still the same. Wait, what if I try again? Okay, this time, let's try again, We're gonna pause the music for now and go to Korea. Okay, let's race these guys again. Oh, they start way in front of me. What is this? I'm cheating. Oh, the turning is a little bit worse now. I think I know what's going on. The wheels in the middle is messing up the turn. I love this game. It's missing out the turns so much. Oh, wait, I know what to do. Back to garage. I know what to do. The upgrade, it's gonna be insane. Okay, we're gonna remove these. Oh, hell yeah. Can I just put suspension like this? No, so I have to have... But why? Oh, wait. Because it's blocking. Well, no big deal. We can always add this one here. And then we're gonna go up again. That one is beam. Oh wait, I got it wrong. Oh, I don't even need that. Look at the Mega Scorpion. Oh, I just need one more, but I'm out of money. Right, how do you work? How do you feel? It's a little bit heavy. Oh my god, the thing on the top is the thing on the top is spinning. This might be the best car ever. Kobo Engineering, we live. Oh my god, it's spinning. We can put things up top. We can put things on top to promote. Oh, hi Devin. You beautiful creature. Ooh. Hello, welcome. Okay, can I get new things? Okay, we're gonna race again, see if we can beat silver. I like a car, seems very practical. I know. It's good at driving. It can move, and it can do some advertisement if I have any. Okay, let me pause the music again. Master volume, engine at 40%, 39 actually. Scorpion radar sensors, I know, it's so good. My senses, they're tingling. Wow, definitely not something reference. I'm gonna win. Destroy everything. Check out my sweet ride. Do you see in the front? There's like even something that's like wang dangling. Oh, I'm slower. Uh-oh. Oh, how did I drive so fast? Oh. You know, I have a sneaking suspicion that the car is too heavy. Just a bit of a hunch, you know, that the car might be a little bit too heavy. Wait, I can keep getting money just trying to race? Oh. Okay, we're gonna keep this Scorpion our Scorpion mobile like this, okay? But we have a new unnamed here. So let's fuck with this. I mean let's build with this. This time we're gonna go for minimalistic. Alright, minimalistic. So with how oh shit, wait, I mean I tried to go minimalistic, doesn't mean that how do I start? That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Oh, that needs to be axle? Just so weird. Oh. Wait, no. Wait, no, I just need an axle. Minimalistic. We're gonna put as least item as possible, alright? Like, the minimal amount of items. All those who called for me to go to bed an hour ago. Also ago, rejoice why I'm not going to bed. Okay. Have a good bed level. Have the good Ipu. Thanks for hanging around. Also, I like dragons. Thank you. I will have a good stream and I'll make some good vehicles as well. I mean, will this work? Might be a little bit hard. Oh my god, Chip, hi! Hello, Chip. Welcome. Oh my god. Just one in the middle, right? So we have this. Wait, no. Then can we put suspension on this? Oh my god, hell yeah. Just want to wish you a nice trip before going off to work. Oh, thank you. Good luck with work afterwards. Thank you, thank you. Engine needs a hole to put it in, so I probably just need some beam things, if I can put any. Actually, let me put... Does that work? I'm going for minimal. Alright, there we go. I mean, it might work. Your name would be... Hey, we're small and we're scored. Why have no speed? Why does it have no speed? Am I missing something? Why? What's going on? I'm not touching anything. What the fuck? Oh, that's a very wild one. Oh my god. I can't even move. Holy shit. Oh, we tamed it. We tamed it. Oh, did we? Everything's broken. Why? What's going on? Are they too close together? That's why? Hi, malicious magpie. How does this happen? I genuinely have no idea. It's because of the engine? So engine needs to be put somewhere that makes sense, question mark? I can just put them willy-nilly? Would be my guess. Oh, okay. So I need to put the engine. Oh, engine power the axle. Engine powers the axle. I see. Oh, that makes so much sense. Oh. So this one needs to be longer because I cannot make them work like this. I love this game. Oh my god. Okay, let's remove these. Why are you off axis? No, remake everything. No. Okay, you know what? We're putting 4. And then suspension. And then wheels. How about if I just like... I have an idea. Check this out. Oh, we need longer than that then. Yeah, we need longer than that. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work. Oh shit! Wait, I think my brain just went somewhere. If I can. Oh, I don't think I can make them into one. Okay, how about this? We make this, and then we're gonna put one engine on top, and then we're gonna connect it to, and then we're gonna do the same, and then engine, base capacitor. And then we're gonna put a connector on top. I don't need that. I can put this one again. At the back. Wait, isn't the back wheel supposed to drive? And then the front wheel is just like turning? Wait. Wait, that's how cars work! The front wheel doesn't... Oh. Wait, I don't need engine in the front, I need engine in the back! Wait, engine is in the front though. But why? What? I don't... Huh? Okay, maybe just remove these. Right. Now we have this. Oh, hi Roxas. Hi Roxas. Get that die? I will. After I try to make this big brain of a car. So I only need engine at the back. Hope you are doing good. So 1, and then one of these. I'm probably gonna need longer. Right? And then we make this steerable. And then this one straight. It looks like this car works. Just like very small. There we go, we have speed now. Alright, let's give it a free drive. And some chocolate cake? Nice. Oh my god, what the whoa, whoa, whoa. Like my camera is so, what the fuck is wrong with the camera? Why is the camera like this? I'm not moving. The camera is fucking drunk. Speed. Oh shit, what the fuck? Why is it like so bouncy? Is it because of the engine? Do I need something to like stabilize the engine? Right? I mean, yes. Oh my god, it's the camera! It's the fucking camera! Oh jeez, oh my god, I'm gonna vomit. Oh my god, what the fuck? I mean, it's not stable. Maybe I need to... Maybe the engine cannot, like... Maybe the engine needs to face this way, you know what I mean? I mean, probably. I don't even know at this point. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Okay, I mean... I don't know. Let's give it a try. I'm not moving. Engine is stuck. Can I go minimalistic? Do you need to like go up? From the front? I mean, this is stable so far. Wait, so this one and then... I guess. And then one more connector. Does it change anything? Probably not. Maybe this one has to be... Is it stable enough? And we just need... Right? And then... one axle. And then 2 suspensions, 2 wheels, and then more stabilizing, I think. We're gonna connect this to the front. Oh, oops. How do I connect that to the front though? Maybe I don't need that. Maybe this is already stable, question mark? What if I connect this to... You think that's stable? I don't know. Okay, how does our minimalistic car be like? I don't know. I mean, that was the hugest spring I ever done. It's still very bouncy. Why? Whoa. Oh wait, I think I see the problem. Yo, shit. It's not stable! Wait, it's wang dangling again. It's the wang dangling. It strikes again. Okay, how did I fix it the first time? I think what I did was... using this instead. I need the engine, right? Oh wait, I need engine to... No. Yeah. Maybe? Is it stable now? Can extend? You only have one. I mean, there's one vacant hole. I'll actually make it... No, only one, okay. I mean, I guess one can be this way? And then one could be... Oh wait, they're going the wrong... You know what? Maybe I don't need any of these. Maybe it's already working fine here. Right? I mean, probably. Don't bounce. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, it's so stable. It's so fast. Oh my god, I'm going for the first place now. Oh my god, this is... I even need the handbrake for this. Yep, this is the best car ever. I mean, not the best car, but in terms of practicality, this one is good. But the Scorpion car is just like already the best. Okay, let's back to garage. We're gonna do one race and then I'm gonna get that fire. Okay, let me pause the music. Alright, let's go. Check out my sweet ride. Out of my way! Holy shit! This is hype. My wheel is gone. Wait. We might catch up to gold. No, gold is too fast. Yeah, gold's too fast. But we got silver. Oh, this car is fast. Woohoo! Oh my god, I'm silver! Did I unlock anything? Now I'm back in free drive. I'm stuck. Reset? Oh, okay. I mean, I see like there's like a big road here. Look at that, that's like a real road. Is it gonna... They're gonna... I'm too small. I'm gonna get hit. Oh. I thought I'm too small. Can you swim? I'm not sure how... I'm not sure if this is how engine works, but I'm not gonna question it. Okay. Let's go to the building, but I'm gonna do some... Gonna do something. I'm gonna do some workout. Here, I have this one. What? Okay, I'll still be here anyway, so... It's fine. Okay. Oh. Man. Oh, okay. Okay. Actually, I know this is weird, but I'm gonna go take a small break real quick. I'm just gonna say something. Her coffee is acting up. I'll be right back real quick. And in the meantime, remember to take care of yourselves. I'll be right back. Hey. I'm so sorry about that. And suddenly had the coffee hitting. Okay, so what can we do? If we want to beat gold, it kind of feels like I just need to drive better. Or maybe I can buy more engine. If I buy more engine, when I get more... When I get more speed? I mean, okay, I have some more money. And I can actually... Here, let me... Hi, Chashu. Okay, one more engine, right? So we... I'm gonna do... Another BEM? Too short. Right? And then we're gonna add another suspension. And another 2 sick wheels. Oh, I need 2 more engine though. Do I have enough money for it? I sure do. Okay. So we need 2 engines to power this thing. And then this one to make it stable, I think. I don't know if this works. I sure hope it makes it stable. What if it itself destroys the beam? Alright, check out the sick wheels. Oh my god. I mean, it's not faster? It has trouble turning, though. What if I add another set of wheels in front but no engine? Here, let me try. I mean, it's not hard to add more, to be honest. Yeah, we just need a BIM. Can I say I love this game? I surely do love this game. It allows my Kobo Engineering brain go apeshit, and I love it. Oh, I need more suspension! Wait, I cannot do that. I only want suspension. Oh no! Okay, what if I remove this instead? No engine for now? Right? Instead we're just gonna add like another set of wheel in front. Or maybe do they need to be longer? I hope they don't wing dangle. At least these designs do not explode. I wish they can explode, to be honest. Maybe if I play more of the game, I can get something that can be explosive. For now, they do not explode. But if I do get something that can explode, well... That one I cannot say for sure now, can we? That way it's to stabilize, I think. You think that's stabilized? Probably. Maybe I need another set. Maybe not like this beam, but a bigger beam. Cool. Yeah. Nice. I miss my Scorpion mobile. I don't think it's gonna be faster, but it's gonna be more stable, I think. Uh-oh. Something was wrong there. Oh, it's Wang dangling in front. Oh no. the Wang dangling, they're back. Oh, I forgot to make the front stealable. Oh no, what makes it Wang dangle? Is it because I didn't make it stealable so that it Wang dangles so much? Sorry, God, this game is way too much fun. Oh God. I mean, I get to experiment my own shit. Oh, there's a wild one. It's Wang dangling! The beam is probably what is making Wang dangling. So let me change again. I'm probably gonna need some connectors to make it not Wang dangle. Thanks for pet and milk. You probably have played Besiege? No, I haven't played Besiege. But Nexus did tell me about the game. The game did cost quite a bit. Also, the pet and boop, I don't think it's like aligned. Yeah. Oh my god, I need my boop. I need my boop. I'm gonna need this. So that they probably don't Wang dangle. Now you can put suspensions. Boop. Boop. Any chance for a tit pet? Tit pet? It's possible, I mean. I mean, the asset that's made by Sephora has another kind of pet. Another kind of like petting animation, other than just like the, you know, this. It has like some like more. I cannot really see my pops are like they have too much of a babbable paws. I cannot really like make them do what I do. Anyway, I hope they don't Wang dangle anymore. Oh. Oh my god, look at the spin. Oh my god, the turn is so tight. I can still return without losing too much speed though. That's so good. Okay, what if I... Okay, one more thing. What if I add engine? Right, what if I add engine to this one? What's gonna happen? What if I add this one? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What if I connect them to make it... is it possible? Is it gonna make them... Is it gonna make them wang dangle if I were to connect them to here? I don't know. Only axle allowed? Hello streamer, hello Robo Man. Welcome. Oh, it needs to be longer. I don't know how that works, but please don't wang dangle is all I ask. Why are they... Wait. Why are they going different way? What'd they do? Wait, why is that so cool? Why are they going different way? What? I don't get it. I cannot steer. I mean, I guess I did something cool, but I don't know what I did. See? They're going the different way, what the fuck? Okay, maybe don't put engine, you know what? I want to put engine! Is it because I make them stuck together? That's why? Maybe I don't need that. See, maybe if I just like put this one here and that's good. Right? Yeah. I just need the front wheel to steer, that's pretty much it. But I'm adding engine because speed. Kobo Engineering. Are the green ones inverse tires? Nope, they're just manual, they're just like... They're like normal tires. There we go, look at that. Oh my god, speed. I miss my Scorpion Mobile. But Scorpion Mobile is not good for competing. This one is good for competing. It's good at tight turns. It's acting like rear isn't connected. Rear? Ow. Okay, let's go back to garage. Alright, small is good, but I love this one more. This is my advertisement mobile. See that? The thing on top is spinning too, look at that. You can make more things out of it. This is a perfect mobile. Pretty sure I just need more engines so that I can have more speed with this one. I have more engine. Wait, oh my god, I have more engine. If I were to put one axle here, I think. 4? 5. No, 5. Okay. And then put... Oh, it's getting blocked. What does this do again? Attached to some electric engine, increase the energy storage for the engine, increasing its power by the curve below. Don't know what that means. Is it gonna be like faster acceleration? Question mark? What if I put it like this? This is cursed. Oh yeah, my Scorpion Mobile. Please don't wang dangle. Alright. Slightly better acceleration. Okay, thank you. Oh, that's good. Wait, this might be tournament viable now. It's like I'm playing Kazuya. Oh my god, it's actually tournament viable. Wait, no way. Okay, so now we can play with this. We need more wheels in front so that we can make more tight turns. So let's upgrade this one. We don't need the suspensions here, but we do need the beams here. Oh, yeah, I don't have enough. So Axel can make things go wang dangle, right? If I were to do this, I can actually just like make them. Oh. Kobo? Oh, high numbers. Oh, but this wang dangle doesn't look too good though. I don't want it. I want a longer axle. Okay, how many do we have? 4? This is perfect. Hope you're doing good numbers. Hope you're doing good. It's like Kazuya, you mean one of the faces of the Ticket franchise might be tournament viable? Kazuya has never been tournament viable, or any Mishima is not tournament viable because of the high demanding execution of the character. Any Mishima ever. So that's why we see that's why every time someone in tournament picks like a Kazuya, Devojin, Heihachi, or even a little bit of Reina, people get hyped because Mishima is just so Mishima is just that tough to play. Very, very tough. Alright, time for some wang dangling. This is the advertisement mobile. Can I even make it wang dangle more? I mean, sky's the limit at this point. My PC is dying from this. Okay, let's not get too ambitious here, alright? Did I not connect any of these? Oh, I didn't even connect any of these! God damn it. Okay, no big deal, no big deal. Look at this. Oh wait, no. Remove that. Wait, how do I connect them again? Don't characters which are tough to play typically also have high payout in terms of DPS to make it worth it? Not in Tekken. If you want to talk about it's high execution, high reward, but it's extreme execution at this point. the waifu input is so risky already. Like, why do electric when you can hop kick? What? I mean, sure, it's like +5 on block and it's a high dunkable, but recovers really quickly. But like, that's a launch. But if you have like a easier launch, like a generic down for a 2 for Reina, can launch as well. You will not do a misinput, because the misinput chance of doing an electric is either a misinput down for 2, which is unsafe, or a misinput dig jab. Yeah. the execution is like very fucking scary. The payout is worth, but the drop is detrimental, like super bad. So tournament players will always play someone like Feng, who is more stable. Feng, Zafina is also more stable, tournament viable as well. Leo, but I don't see much Leo. I mean, I've seen one. I remember looking at Yagami's gameplay is so fucking good. Just honestly, anyone that's not Mishima is like pretty much viable. the execution is too tough. Oh yeah, also if you don't do a just frame electric, if you do it like in a weak on fist, it's a high that's -10 on block, so it's punishable. So there you go. If you don't do it just frame. Yeah, hopefully that helps. How do I connect them? Oh, they're connected. Oh, okay. I need one more. Ah, crap. No! No! I need one more. I don't see anything that I can... Oh wait. Schnick is EP? Sleep sounds good for Schnick. Maybe I can just like actually do this with the BIM. It's not long enough. No. Wait. Oh. I'm the best. They're connected somehow. It's gonna be a little wang dangling, but I think it's gonna be fine. All right, let's give it a shot. Yes. Oh my god, yes. Oh, it's so good. The wang dangling. Look at that. It's the best scorpion ever. Okay, now we need to add more wheels in front. We have more suspension, right? Yeah, we can put 2 more. Yeah, we can just do this. And then just put this one here, make it steerable. There. Hello, hi Merp. Hi Merp. I eat the Kobo. And Kobo can eat Bonya. I'm out looting, watching from phone. Oh, good luck looting, Merp. Hope you get the best loot. I'm probably gonna go get looting as well soon. My cave is getting empty. But yeah, good luck looting. Also hope you're doing heckin' rotastic. Alright, how stable are we talking about? I mean, it's pretty stable. Oh, the turning is not bad too. Wait, this might be tournament viable now. It's not bad. It's actually not bad. I'm so surprised. Okay, but I have an idea. Noodle Mobile. There was an error sharing my watch streak. Freaking phone ad. No. Oh, I see it. 60 stream streak. Thank you, Mert. Also, yeah, phone app is, to put it very nicely, shit. Oh my god, yep. Oh, it needs a hole. But I don't have any more hole. Well, I guess I cannot do that. Wait, unless... Wait, I can't do that. I love how my PC is slowly dying from what I'm creating here. Oh man, this game is so fun. Unleash my creativity. Okay, now we can put suspensions. Look at that, it's perfect. And then put on my sick wheels. Oh, Scorpion Mobile! My watch streak got reset again. Was back up to 20 and I didn't miss a stream again. Twitch just hates me. I mean, Kobo might have did something stupid a few days back, or actually last week. I mean, I don't know if you remember the Clone Hero stream, because I did restart my stream for that just because of copyright issue. So maybe that's why. I don't know though, but that was me being dumb, and I actually feel like terrible because that might have destroyed a few people's watch streak. Yeah, Twitch just goes nope on the mobile app. This Lego game, good enough. Oh, yeah, I deserve that. This is a screwdriver where you make your own vehicle. I forgot to make it steerable. Yeah. There we go. It could be Kobo's fault, yeah. Stable. I mean, it's not bad, right? I feel it's not bad. Here, let me try to use this. Use the Scorpion Mobile for a little career drive. This comes closer to the man catcher, just with a ridiculously high wobbly tower attached to it. I love making custom-made mobiles. Anywho, eat time, gonna go coil in bed. Have a good eat numbers. I'm sorry about your watch streak. It's probably my fault. Sorry. But I still hope you have a good eat. Oh, I forgot to turn off the music. Oops, my bad. Wait, I can still do it. Okay, there we go. Go! Go, Scorpion Mobile! Ooh, look at that tight turn. Go, Scorpion Mobile! One of wheel dropped. It's okay, I can still drive it. I cannot catch up with gold. Gold is too fast. But this one is like silver now. It used to be like barely able to beat bronze, but now it's silver. My Scorpion Mobile is doing something good. Oh, new part unlocked. Panel 5. Beam 13. Faster. Kobo is trying. Any way to up the max speed of a vehicle?
Yip yip.
Yip yip. Gonna go again? Yeah. Oh, good morning, Akobor. Morning. White carrier style. I mean, it feels like if I add more engines, it's not gonna help. Or does it?
Ooh, shiny.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh my god, 13. Yep. Know where I can place this suspension? Oh, nope, I can place it somewhere. Alright, who wants to... Yeah. I'm gonna make it steerable. Very important stuff. $78 money. 38 money. But it has a limited top speed and a power fall off towards the top speed. Oh, engine has a limited top speed. So I need to unlock better engine. Then it's okay now. We're gonna go and do more other career drives. This time let's try to get the Prince of Gear. And then I can get gear medium, gear small, and pin extension. Don't know what those are, but we're gonna try. Okay, let me pause the music. Alright, here we go. Check out my ride. Where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, you didn't tell me where to go. Oh, I'm losing control. Oh my god, easy! That's so much money! The chases of the Prince of Gear. The chases? Oh, like the... used for power transmission. And the music is kind of bumping. It doesn't stop though. You unlock 2 gears. Let's use them to increase the top speed of... top speed! Current top speed. This is pedal. Our car currently drives around 46. Now let's add those 2 gears to increase our top speed at cost of our acceleration. Oh. Move our engine to make space for the gear. Small axle attached to the first gear. I don't know why the music doesn't stop though, and it's kind of loud. Small gear, this way our wheels will spin much faster, resulting in a bigger top speed. Oh! Oh, wow! Our car now can drive over 50, but it will have less acceleration. Make sure to always consider both properties when designing your powertrain. Whoa! How does that even work? Okay, let me see if I can disable the music. Oh, the music just doesn't want to stop. Okay, let me go to main menu and come back again. I mean, the music is kinda cute. Did it stop? Did my PC die? Am I still live? Am I alive? Oh, okay. No, the music. Yes. Hey, why the music never stop one? Yeah. Okay, let's open up again. What's with the 942 FPS? Also, I'm looking at dragons. See, but browsing Twitter when I'm playing, when I'm streaming, a mega professionalism right here. Oh, nice, we good. Okay. Was hoping that I can look at more dragons. Anyway, Tech Tree Career. I hope they save my car. My sick ride. They can find treasures on the map containing new building parts. What? Okay, now we can reach more top speed with... Okay, to my understanding, I need to initially spin the big gear, and then the big gear spins the small gear, so that the small gear can make the engine, make the speed go faster. Right? That might be what it is. Let's experiment this on small. It's easier to understand. So, okay. Ooh, I want this one. I'm just gonna say Soul Silver and Heart Gold music is like definitely up there for me. I'm gonna assume we need to buy a few gears. Okay, we probably need like 2 sets of these, so we need to buy 1 more set. With 4 engines, which are already all in use. We need 1 more suspension. Two more engine? Oh crap, I didn't need to do that. Okay, so one will not have any phase capacitor. Or like whatever capacitor this is. Oh. Okay. It's a little bit intimidating. I don't know what I'm doing. Essentially, I need to put a small gear here, right? So a small gear goes here. I need a big gear behind it. Essentially. So let me try and remove all these first. Oh, engine needs to power something that's behind it. So it would power... Huh? So I need axle here as well, right? So something like this. Yeah, something like this. And we need to power engine. We did buy a few engine here, so... Oh. Engine power come production. I mean, some sort of engine that powers cum production, yeah, but not this one. What is NM? What is like a spike here? What does that mean? Oh wait, let me try to remove the engine and see what it means. This one. Oh shit, wait, no, not that one. This one. Ooh, huh? It's just gone now. So I guess putting that in is good? Oh, okay. No, that doesn't work. Oh, I can just like beam here. And you connect them like this? I can't tell. I don't... Oh, there we go. I mean, that worked. It's a lot faster now. I don't know what's with the spike here. Imagine Tierra come powered engines, kobolds line out in a row looking at dragons and spicy situations. Yeah, count me in. We're probably gonna update a little bit here. It doesn't wang dangle, so it's good. I just need to use... I mean, this part is probably making it not wang dangling. But I need a bigger axle for this. Okay, wait. I'm gonna update here. Does it work? Don't think it does. Hey. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna need this one to be longer. Good power. Good. Why is good funny to me? I don't understand. What is wrong with you? There we go. Oh, are you just not... Oh. Okay, that kinda works. And we need engine to power this thing. We need a bigger beam for this. I don't know if it's gonna be wang dangling, to be honest. We connect... Okay, how about this? We connect this one. And then connect with beams here. Oh, it doesn't go down. Oh no. How do I... Oh wait, that's the engine. Oh, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I have an idea. Alright, easy fix. No big deal. Alright, we do this still, but this time we're gonna... Oh wait. It's blocking though. Holy shit, why is it suddenly so dark outside? What the fuck? Oh, it's only 4 p.m. Oh! Oh, it's raining. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god, it's like... Holy shit, it's like it's evening! Oh, that's crazy. How do I make them... I'm gonna make them stick. Oh, I want to make them stick. Wait. I want to make them stick. Right. Of course. Can you... Thank you. And then... Wait, no. What the fuck? Wait, how do I... how do I... Wait, maybe I don't need this at all. That doesn't look connected. Well, huh? Why do you like this game? I mean, it's probably not gonna wang dangle, right? Yeah, it's not gonna wang dangle. I mean, it's gonna have some maximum top speed, right? Looks like some of the powertrain are connected to the chassis of the car. Make sure that all the parts marked with red are connected to the frame of your car. Is this the back? What do you mean not connected? It's connected as far as I know. Look at that. I mean, isn't this one connected? Oh, I see what is not connected. Okay. How do I connect that one? Shit. And some magic Kobo Engineering. It's like awful complicated but in a good way. I'm doing something good? Hell yeah. This is so going to work, I'm telling you. We need to connect to... If we can sort of like grab here. Oh wait, no. Oh, wait, I see the path. I see the path. Okay. Actually, we don't want... I think that one is fine. So the rest we're gonna use like this very short one. And then we're gonna go like super far down. Is this the right angle? Looks right to me. Now we just need this one. Connect to... Okay. Oh my god, hell yeah. Alright, please don't tell me it's not connected anymore. Oh, oh, we got a car! Question, why are you spinning so fast and why are you spinning so slow? Something's wrong? Is it because of this? Whoa. I guess they are fighting each other. Wait, it's worse. I don't believe. Okay, you know what? Check this out. I have the huge brain right now. Sorry, I have no brain actually. I forgot there's a suspension. Oh fuck. Yeah, okay, so this is another suspension. That's the connected to that one. What do you mean the two gears touching each other doesn't count as a connection? My brain, exactly. I was like, I love it when I can craft something like this dumb for a game. This is great. Oh, it's not even connected. I need one more of these. I have no money though. Well, we can always do it the dumbest way possible. Why? Because I can, right? Oh, I'm out of the thing though. No, that doesn't work. We need engine for that thing, so we put engines first. Here, sell parts. You don't need any more, but I don't want to sell any of them. I'm probably gonna need all of them. This is like Lego technique? See, thing is, I never touched Lego before. Doxion Gaming, hi. I don't know if this will make you not wang dangle, to be honest. See, my goal is is to not make them wang dangle. No. I made this. What the fuck? It's shittier. Why? No, maybe you don't need the engine. Do you not need the engine? So the engine makes you suckier? Yeah, what the fuck? No, get out. Alright, bye-bye. We don't need that. What do you mean don't need? We need everything? Devin gets it. We need everything. Very, very important stuff. I mean, this looks really good, yeah. Right? I love how the center of mass is like... I'm blocking it, but it's like way down here. The center of mass is the cars behind. I don't know how I feel about that. God, I love this game so much. Okay, I don't want to fuck around too much with this because this is the I need to understand how things works vehicle. What I want to fuck around with is my scoreboard. Yeah. But we're gonna give it a test drive for this one. Something is wrong there. Something is very wang dangling and I wonder what it is. Oh my god, it's so fast, holy shit. I cannot turn. It's so fast. We probably just need to like remove these. As much as I want it. Let me try removing this. So if we connect that, is it gonna be more stable? If you don't know, let me try. Cheap. Oh jeez, holy shit, it's like a typhoon up there. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, but you have money for shiny new parts if you sold your old stuff. But the old stuff is also pretty shiny. Why are you already turning? What's going on? Oh. It's wang dangling in front. Oh, the wang dangling problem is back. I think it's wang dangling here. Oh yeah, let me double check. It's already broken. Okay, the big gear and the small gear problem. Oh, I think the back of my car is also the same problem. Wait, no, I feel like the back of my car is. Connected to the suspension? Did I not? Oh, you mean this thing? So if I connect this thing, it will be... You're not going to this hole? Why are you not going to that hole? Is there something in the hole? Oh, I see you cannot go into that hole. I see, okay. 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 Man, sometimes playing these kind of games just makes me wonder, do I even have a brain cell? Maybe I don't. That's why the game is so fun. So how do I do that? Holy shit. Oh, it's raining like crazy outside.
Chocolate?
Oh,
Did you say chocolate?
oh, I forgot about the chocolate.
Yes, sir. One without nuts.
One without nuts.
Chocolate.
Chocolate. Chocolate. I don't know why.
Puddle.
I don't know why I like that video so much. Chocolate. Probably need to change the 69 one. Guys, how do I connect that one? Wait. Oh! Right? I mean... Maybe it's not gonna wang dangle anymore? Please don't wang dangle. Please make me feel like I have a big brain. Why are you wing dangling? The wheel is already on top of my vehicle. Oh fuck. Oh fuck my. Oh. Whew. Why is it wang dangling? What is making it wang dangling? Hi Nana. Hi again Nixon. What have you made? I made this sick looking ride, but this is not the best one. I have the best one right here. Check this out. This is my best ride. I got silver with this car. Look at that. Look at that. It's so good. It has the proper wang danglement, and it has the proper spinach, and it has the proper speed. It can turn, and you can advertise something on top if you want, because of the spinning. You see, it's perfect. It's like my perfect Kobo Engineering. So yeah, it's perfect actually. Hope you're doing good, Nanduk. This is the best car ever. Anyway, go to garage. I still don't know how. Like this is. I need to understand this before I can go back into making my Scorpion mobile. So, am I not supporting it? Which one is not supported? Spinach, yeah. Oh, SP. AGE? Spinach? The wood pegs keeps the block from twisting. The black axles let the wood block spin. So... Huh? So because it's only connected by the black axle to the back half, it keeps spinning? So I need to... make this connect here. You know, I wonder how do I even get silver medal. So I guess this is not needed. So if I were to like go up, and then maybe? Maybe I did good. Let me try. This is just like puzzle. Yeah, but it's kind of a fun puzzle, this one. Because I get to fuck around with so many weird shit. Okay, wait. Cars. Okay, what era are we talking about? Where? The game didn't tell me what the error is. What the fuck is... What? Now suspensions will be the only thing twisting? Which one? How are the front wheels attached? Oh, you mean this one is isolated? Track. Track. Crap. The hole, every single hole is like no vacancy, and other than this one, the holes are full. Oh, I'm out of this thing. Oh, yikes. Okay, let me see if I can do something that's freaking stupid. I have connected... Oh, I have 6 of this. Maybe. I want to go to that vacancy, that vacant hole. Oh, you can start from here. Can you go up from here? I mean, it's kind of a problem. How do I connect that? Wait, no. Wait, how do I get out? Yeah. Oh, wait, that was blocking. No! Hmm?
Salota, salota, salota.
Huh? I have no words. What? I'm trying. Oh wait, no. I can actually just save some of these. Yeah, so that it's not in the... Nice. And... Need 2 more. Oh, I can only connect it to 1. Do I need a tube extender for this? Huh? Wait, I only connected it to 1. Wait. Ah, I cannot put in a tube extender. Wait, what? Uh-oh. Oh, hi, Grinium. And welcome. I'm gonna... Oh, wait, what if... Yeah, oh, wait. This... Hook. Bim. Any connectors to spare? I need 2 more connectors and it will be good. Okay, wait, we save here first. Let's go race again. Hey, give me money. Wait, give me money. Let me pause the music here. Yes, it looks possible. Where's the... Give me your money. Give me your money. Rotate the brown part downward. Oh! Alright, check this out. Out of my way! Out of my way! Give me money! Give me money out of my way! My Scorpion Mobile, it's so strong. Oh, yay. Oh my god, it's so stable. My Scorpion Mobile is so stable, it's insane. Bye. Okay, there we go. Look at that, it's stable. Oh my god, I'm so good. What? Okay, fine. That's enough. Here, cars errors, huh? Well, I'm gonna show you not anymore, baby. It is perfect. Whoa. Oh my god. If you have a wheel based on the size of the moon, it doesn't matter how tall your car is. Really? Oh my god. So I can just put whatever I want on top and it will be fine forever? Oh, it's add. Oh, oops. I mean, should be able to drive this though. Yeah! Check out my sick ride. Oh, why are you so bouncy? Oh. Oh my god, speed. Oh. I'm lagging. Kinguin. Kinguin. Welcome. I'm lagging a bunch because this game is very... Here. This game is very intensive somehow. Hi. Welcome. Hope you are doing it. Oh, Daydreamy, hi. Oh my god, eat but friend. What were you playing? Paper Mario at the 1,000-year door? Oh! Is it like a Paper Mario is something turn-based combat, right? I mean, that's my super limited knowledge on, well, Paper Mario. Hope you had fun. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I play fighting games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art on some Mondays, yeah. Hope you're doing good. It's a really fun RPG. I've been meaning to play for years but never could, and I'm very happy to know. Nice! It's always a nice feeling to be able to visit a game that you always wanted to visit. Nice, good to know. I'm also just fucking around with some cars. I'm a Kobo is suddenly feeling very creative and decided to, well, make this one. Why? What broke? Oh my god, look at this speed demon. Whoa! What's with the front flip? What's going on? What happened? What happened? Why did it bounce? Gotcha. What happened? Oh, wait. Oh, engine. Oh, engine. Engine is wang dangling. Oh my god, engine is wang dangling. Which one? This one. These two. I don't think that's Alright, how do we fix this? We are out of things. What if we just like connect them together? Are they gonna wang dangle? I don't think they're gonna wang dangle if like this, right? Are they? What does this achieve actually? Wait, no, it's still gonna wang dangle. It goes back. That was a design choice. I do love the wang dangle, not gonna lie. The engines in the back that aren't contributing to your speed are just Wait, are they not contributing to the speed? Really? How do you... Huh? Wait, let me try. How do you... Whoa, how do you know? Holy shit! So I don't need that engine there? But isn't it more engine equals more speed? But engine good though. No? Connect two axes together in order to make them longer. Oh wait, I have this? Since when? Stick ride. Oh wait, I can put more wheels here. Can I? No, that's a vacant hole. Oh wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can I even put wheels there? Sure can. Engine only good if connected. Oh. More engine might be more acceleration mostly, ignoring wind resistance, which this game does calculate. Oh, like this? I mean, I press C and then it tells me the wind resistance, but I don't know how it works. And you guys are all like very more, way more knowledgeable than I am. But this doesn't contribute. Wait, huh? Oh, why? Won't you like? Do you not? I mean, it's spinning, but it's spinning though. It's slower. What? I don't get it. More wind resistance is more bad, like pushing a flat panel against the wind. Wait, I think I know what that means. Oh, also I forgot to do one thing, sorry. It's a little late, but there we go. Oh, did I already do it? Oh, I don't even remember. Wow, oops. More, so the Scorpion Mobile slows itself down by being so tall it becomes a wind catcher? Probably. So if I connect this, will it become faster? Huh? What is that? Why? That's why fast cars are all flat and smooth? I mean, this is pretty smooth. Right? Although, genuinely though, I don't know, like... Oh, wait, can I put wheels there? Oh, shit. Oh, I need suspension to put wheels, but I could make everything spin. Oh wait, I can make things spin. Oh my god. Yes. Guys, I can make things spin. Is it gonna spin? I hope so. Oh, I can drive it. Vroom, vroom. Something's wrong here. It's... Wait, my turning is so good though. Wait, the turning is so good, but why is my car so slow? Wait, what's going on? Oh, do I still need an engine anyway? Nereus. Hi. Welcome. I think those green sideways wheels on the ground. Okay, fine. No more sick ride. I do the spin though, but I'm gonna make the spin smaller so that I can do this. This is supposed to be like my simple car. In the end, I couldn't help myself. I just cannot help myself. I want to make something stupid. Oh. Oh, it's very fast now. Oh, the control is a little bit jacked though. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I have a smart idea. How many do I have? 6. Okay, that's good enough. I mean, if I want maximum wing angle, this is what I need. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, oops. Oh my god, that actually looks very good. Oh, there. Okay, we good. Oh my god, the small became okay. Small became big. Sorry. big. Okay, we have a character arc development here. Kobo maximum wang. Oh, look at that! Oh my god! The yes! The wang dangle! It's all I ever hoped for. Oh yeah, it's not even touching the ground too! I mean, sure, you know, it's hard to control, you know, it's a little bit of a wild one, but, you know, you gotta tame it. I cannot control. Oh, you gotta tame it sometimes, you know? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, wait, I didn't turn that way. How is your calm that low? Calm? Calm? That's low. Wait, no. No. Whoa, wait. You know what could be good? Shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Now, what do you mean I cannot put there? Do you need to be horizontal so that you can put suspension? Or do you need like do you need more? Okay, you're gonna point. Go down, go down. Thank you. Damn, look at that. It's like a forklift or a bulldozer. I don't know what's gonna happen if Oh wait. Oh wait, do I have a longer wing dangle? No, this is the longest one I have. Crap. Okay, it's okay. Oh my god, wing dangle! This is the best game ever. As a top driver of screwdrivers, this is very, very cursed. When you're a top driver, don't look! Don't look! I don't want to hurt your brain. Please keep your top driver brain on. Oh, it's sniffing. I mean, it's trying to find shinies for me. Why not, right? There you go. Oh, detecting. Oh, there's nothing. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Look, it's eager. Okay, it's eager. Why am I getting milked? It's an eager one. Okay, you know what? Let's go make the garage. Now we can go for the main attraction. Oh yeah. I mean, we already established a really good foundation here. That the Scorpion Mobile is actually good at speed and everything. And we have like this, you know, the wang dangle here is pretty good. I think I can make the wang dangle spin if I put engine there. Can I? Is it possible? Is he gonna... Please tell me it's gonna spin. Oh, it's just the engine doing a pole dance? Oh, okay, so the engine is doing pole dancing, it's not really... okay. Fair enough. Is there a way to make to make the axle spin faster. You know that one. You know exactly the one that I'm talking about. The one that the engine is pole dancing on. Is that a way to make them spin with the engine? I do, and there is. What? You know, little part. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna become a real gamer. Not with the parts you have. Oh. The T menu is on this side. Paper. There's like 10,000 words I cannot know what this is. Top right in the green. Gain bronze in rock and drift or climb up the hill. A car waiting at least. Sorry. Wait, my car is that heavy? 436? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, I didn't know there's weight in this game. Did you start playing Screwdrivers today? I did. Let me check how many hours do I have. Look, I can compare. 2.9 hours? Easy. I can already like compete with like the top player. Don't. I'm joking. Don't do it. I'm scared. Power all wheels. Gain bronze in break the car or serpentine circuit. What do you mean power all wheels? Did I not power all my wheels? Oh. Right, of course. I mean... I can do that. Come on. There we go. Oh, that looks powered alright. Hell yeah. Oh, the front is not powered though. I have too many wheels. I mean, I like that. Okay, at least we can make them wing dangle on their own for now. How is this car's center of mass? In the middle? No, back? Alright, got you, I got... Oh my god, 376 hours, 378 hours? That's more than when I played Tekken 8. Oh my god. Good shit. You probably, yeah, like mega. I'm sorry to curse your brain with my creations, but I hope you don't mind having a bit of a brain cell loss here. Those two connect the blank axles with the wood blocks, letting the axle spin the block. Oh. Can you click the green tiles in the skill tree? They do nothing. I guess I need to compete a little bit more. Okay, so now we need speed. And how do I add speed? I don't know. Macam mana saya mau cepat sikit? I need big cogs on the small cog. So, I mean, I guess. Oh, no way. Right? Nah, I don't care. This is masterpiece. That's huge. That's huge praise coming from you. Thank you. Kobo is going for the aesthetic awards. Looks like it. If you do the challenges, you will have unlocked those blocks and you can have more spinnings. Oh. So I need cog. I don't even know if this would work. Do you need to be like behind? I mean, hey. Oh. Well, I'm probably gonna need this. And this for now. Thank you. Cogs. See, when the game allows me to do something like this, I will always do something like this. Or like, the game provides utmost creativity. Like once human, I always create something good. Oh, look at that, it's so fast. And chat, what does this mean? What's with the spike? My brain cannot comprehend, but it is a lot faster now. Yeah, 57 now. And they are probably gonna wang dangle, so I need something to prevent them from wang dangling. Little cheat. No. This is not gonna make them wang dangle, right? The electric motors cannot rotate faster than that, so it just stops helping. Oh, so it means I reach the top speed when the directly driving motor reaches its max speed, and the geared up engines will take over. Oh, so this is fine, right? Let me try. Oh, my perfect scoreball. Oh my god, tournament viable? You know, this is actually so fucking stable. I am so surprised. There's no fucking way. It's so stable. It's so stable. Can I beat gold with this? Oh, let me try to get gold rank. Okay, let's play for the win. We have this one. We still need to beat gold, and I feel like with my top speed and my stability of my scorable, it's probably gonna work. My PC is dying. Help. I forgot to close the music. Come here, stupid gold. Gold is mine. Hey. No, I messed up. It's okay, we in it for the money then. At least beat silver. Oh my god, too fast. No, I need to at least beat silver. come on. I got the wang danglage. Yeah, super is mine, get up. Wang danglage. It's not bad. Money. If I see a vehicle in multiplayer race, I just out at 4. There's multiplayer in this game? So you're saying that I can share this... I can share my absolute creation to... Yeah? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Do you think we need more wheels? We probably need more wheels, don't we? I mean... I think it helps. What do you mean? What do you mean I can stab it there? Do you need like an extra limb or something? Or do you need this? I mean, you probably do. Oh, oops, sorry. Oh! Oh yeah. Sick ride. Sick ride. Oh wait. It's all here. Yo. I mean, looks pretty stable to me. More wheels equals more steerage, right? More steerage? Hmm. Okay, let's give it a try. Are you like mega stable now? I mean, kinda. Oh wait, this this one wheel I forgot to make. There we go. Attention to detail. Maybe I shouldn't be using handbrake that much. I think that was just like a skill issue now. Yeah, if I just like release W or W, it should be good enough for a turn like this. So that I can maintain around like 40-30 kilometer per jump. Yeah, let's try again. I can even get money out of that. Okay, this time I'll remember to like mute the music. Okay. Alright, give me money! Give me your money! Yeah. Hi, man. It is definitely more stable now. Well, not here though. gold is too fast. But it is a huge improvement on that wheel. Oh, money. Your vehicle needs more guns. Welcome back, Merp. Hopefully the looting went well. Big money. I want money, thank you. Here, let me open up the music. Oh wait, there's the Pokemon Black and White. Oh hell yeah. Yep. Oh my god, yep. What time is now? What? It's only 5 PM? No! I want to play more. Can I play more of this tomorrow? I want to play more of these tomorrow. Okay, let's see. 4 wheels. How much do you cost? Oh, I can buy 4 of these. I can buy 4 of these. But do I need to? I just need more. I don't need to buy more. I have more wheels, right? I have 4 more wheels. I just need to buy suspension. Yeah. I just need to buy more suspension. Okay, so let's buy 2 more. Here. So 1, 2, 3 here. Oh, here. Is it possible? Oh. Nice. I mean, a Scorpion needs that much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Scorpion needs a lot of wheels to make them, like, more. Hey, let me try. It's not just me, this feels more stable. Nice. One question. Is it better to have the accelerating wheels at the back or the front? Engine? Engine. Need to channel on your stream. What the answers for permission to play something I enjoy? I mean, true, yeah. Both? Are both good? Say no more, King. Alright. Axis and extension. How much is Axis extension? 32? Yeah. Oh, these are so expensive. Honestly, both. AWD is faster accelerating. AWD is generally best, kinda. AWD? Out? Sorry, you have to excuse me that I have 0 knowledge on cars. Oh wait. Wait, how does that even... Oh, suspension! Right, of course! Hmm. I can update this. Here, get up. Oh, they need holes! Suspension needs holes. Right? Oh, wait, no. I mean, yeah, but no. I'm out of everything. Bye.
Delicious.
Oh my god, whoa! Thank you. Thank you so much for, oh my god. Yeah. Oh, huh. All-wheel drive. Oh, all-wheel drive. Can I move everything back at once? Can I like select one part? Can I do like drag and drop? No. Wait. No. Wait. Nightmare. If I have connectors, then this should be fine, right? If I have this turn connector, so I don't need the beam with this. Instead, I can just yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, why are you so expensive? Grumble, grumble. Hey, thank you. Oh my god, I have no 4. No, I need everything, but I have no money. Can I get 5 instead? No, that's not gonna work. 5, 6 is too long. Are we gonna save it here first? And then we're gonna use our small become big and go get some money. Alright? Local Kobo needs more holes for fun activities. New 7-Eleven. I need more holes! Okay, let's go make some money. I think I can at least get a little bit of money here. We can try some new adventures as well. Break the car. What is this? Why did I get weight out of this? I get weight. What I do in here? What I do? Destroy opponent? Oh, you're gonna go get it. You're gonna get it, bitch. I have my sniffer here. You're gonna die. Yeah, that's right. Don't let me get you. You're gonna get sniffed. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you better come here. Wait, is this not... They're running away from me, why? Why are they running away from me? I'm stuck. The snippers are too strong. The snipper. Help. Oh, okay. Now back at it sniffing. Nope, it just doesn't work. No. Let's go back to garage. Drops holes over chat. Ooh. Fine. Seems like a donation happened. I saw that. It was from Wang. Okay, as much as I love all the wangling. Oh man, it's so sad. Oh, god dang it. I cannot remove everything. Okay, I'll remove until like this. This is gonna work, right? Yeah, see? Yeah. Oh, hi, Tiger. How did I get here? I was playing Final Fantasy 14 just a moment ago. Uh-oh. Now you're gonna make cars. They don't spin. Alright, let's try again. Break the car, right? I forgot to close the music again. Oops. I can do it now. Okay. Oh, this time I'm gonna get you, for real. You better come here. Come here, bitch! Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I can't move anymore. Damn it. I got... Oh, wait, I did good. I did good. I don't know what I did, but I did good. I got gold. Automod? Did Automod happen? I didn't see it. Oh my god, I'm the best. Now we can continue making this. With money again. Okay, so where was I? I don't have enough here. But now I should have enough because I can buy a bunch of stuff. I think first things first is this one is just fucked up. I need this one. And then I need... But... And then the suspension. Go the other way. Go. Link it. I thought I got shot. Holy shit. You just had to stop the car, that's all. Oh! I wanted to echo, but Automod decided to be a bitch. But I didn't see the Automod message. If I see it, I can approve it. Ah, crap. There we go. What was I trying to do again? I was trying to do something. Oh, speed! I was trying to check speed. Of course. Yeah. Speed. Macam mana? Cog. Wait, no, I don't have cog. Then I just need engine. If I do this, is it gonna wing dangle? Are you faster now? My PC's dying. What? It's a spike again. DM you the code I wanted to add. Okay. Give me a second now. Let me help you add it. Even though it's what I did is like dum dum. Okay. I'll do it. Fine. Okay, there we go. You're welcome. Actually, does this even help? Let me try. No, it doesn't. Wait, it's slower? Higher here is good, right? Lower is bad, higher is always nice. Right? Yeah, okay. But I added engine and then it becomes smaller. Eh? I don't... Engine good. I still... What? Higher is more acceleration. Numbers at the bottom are speed. So... yeah, engine makes it worse. I do... Huh? But... more engine is good. I don't get it. All-wheel drive is better. If I... But... Huh? I am so confused. So if I use a cog here, is it gonna help? Even if the cog is not in the middle. Wait, it's the wrong place. Wait, no. Hmm? Needs to be here. I need this, I think. What? Yeah. Wait, no. Huh? Oh wait, I cannot. Ah, shit. I need a... What? And then go that go down. Why so hard one? This one doesn't work, right? It's too close. Yeah, it's too close. I need one space behind. One space behind, but how do I do that? Okay, one space behind. Now I need to go down. Okay, going down. Wait, no. I need this thing? Wait, then I don't... Okay. Then... this one. And then... go down. And then go down. Oh, this one is more. This one is cheaper. Hell yeah. No, wait. How do I add holes? How do I put? Huh? Wait, no. Even if I... No. 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 Oh. No. Oh my god, we got the meme music. Hell yeah. I love how chill this music is. Oh yeah, this is all Pokemon music. This is Gen 5 Pokemon music. What do I do? Wait, I need to do something like this, but shorter. So I can connect the big gear to the small. I cannot put the gear there, right? I can only put it here. But they're not touching gears. Their cogs are not touching. Huh? Okay, so if I make it what if I just go down immediately instead if just yeah, just go down immediately. Yeah. Ooh, I'm a genius! Oh my god! I'm a genius! I'm so good! What do I do now? I need engine. Just this. Oh, wait, I can just move the small. Nah, that won't. You know what? That would not work. Why? Because I said so. Yeah. Me moving the small gear? Nah. Ooh, look at that. That is fast. That is so fast. Wow. Wow. Are you gonna be faster? This looks like what? The train not connected to the chase of the car. Oh shit! Which one? What do you mean it's not connected to the chases of a car? What do you want from me, I mean, I guess I can just connector and then them. And then another connector. Oh hey, it's a meme music. Wait, no. No, you already fixed it? Hell yeah. My PC is struggling to keep up. There we go. Now it's connected, right? Yo, but it's connected! Do you need to connect to the suspension? No, the suspension is connected, it's just this part. I mean, I guess I don't need this. If they don't count. Oh wait, no, this is not connected. Needs to be, yeah, like this. Now it's connected. I mean, looks a little bit cursed, but it should connect. Oh, it's slower now. No, I don't trust this analysis. It's more like anal. Alright, I'm gonna go retry. But why is it slower? Oh, something is wang dangling behind. Oh, it's the engine that's wang dangling. Oh my god, initial D. Deja vu? I just been in this place before? Hi, oh! Higher on the street. Okay, maybe not. God fucking damn it, why is it slower? Why is it slower? But I did so good though. It's connected here, somehow it's still wang dangling. So everything I did was not needed. But what if I add engine to all of these in front? Like all of these wheels in front? I have an idea. Oh, we need more money for this. Okay, let me... You know what? As much as I hate it, I'm removing all of these. Is it working? Bites horns, but don't bite my horn. I'm not demodded, Twitch is being fucky wacky. I didn't demod anyone. But also high index. Oh, there it is, it's back. We're probably gonna need a lot of 7s. Yeah, you're probably gonna need a lot of these, and also like the extension. We only have one. And we need the extension to... I mean, I know how to get money. Okay, let's get some money. Because break the car. Why is it breaking? Wait, my tail is gone. No, come back. That was supposed to be my tail. Come here. Is it not connected to my tail anymore? New legal. Only give me a little bit of money. This is a weight helps to distribute the mass in the car such a car handles well. Let's look at the center of mass of our car. Because of the heavy engine, the center of mass is quite far back. Is it bad? Let's move our center of mass towards the front using these weights. Whoa. More centered, which significantly improves the stability of handling of our car. Does it now? Twitch is currently tweaking now, aka broken? Is it? I mean, not to me. The weights are dog shit unless you want to do the exploit. Nah, I don't need exploit. I'm already the exploit, so it's all good. I don't need exploit. Ooh. Oh my god. Razim, hi. Would a conveyor belt help? Probably. Hi Razim. Oh boy, it doesn't work. It's okay, I got this next. Hello, welcome. Hope you are doing good. I want a conveyor belt. Actually, I don't need Street! Ah! What? I guess Twitch is being stinky. Sorry about that. Trick question, conveyor belt always help? You know what? It totally does, and I believe that 100%. Okay, at least that still works. Thank you for the raid, Razim. Hi. Also, welcome everyone. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art on some Mondays. Yeah. Also, I'm fucking around with my... Oh! Check out my sick ride! Twitch's having some weird issues? Ah, I see.
Loves dragon bits.
I love dragons to bits, hell yeah. Look at my scorpion car. But because I forgot to connect them back, so they're just like... Here, let me fix this real quick.
Hello.
Merg, thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Twitch will probably fix later today, if not tomorrow.
Probably. Alright, check out my sick rad. So if I connect this, is it all gonna be good? I need money. I can only connect to one. Oh no. Why you like this game? Ah, speed build 3, hi. Welcome. Oh yeah, also Razi, if you need to take care of yourself with the post-stream care, then definitely take care of yourself. Very important. Get some food, get some drink, get some rest. Thanks again for the ring. I'm just fucking around with this with this thing. I hope that works. Here, let me free drive. Let me show you my sick ride. Look at that, it's attached now. Look at that perfect wing dangle. Heck yeah. I love this car. Look at it. It's perfect. It's perfect for advertisement as well. Oh my god, look at that Paul! Oh! Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, I love it. That is such a good emote. Oh yeah, also, thanks for the 15 bits. Oh, 15 gems. Thank you. It spins? I know. It has the wing dangle spin. But now it feels like it's kinda slow. Oh my god, I have an idea. Oh my god, Rosie, thank you. Thank you. Those are some really good emotes. Those are some really nice emotes. Thanks again. Okay, where's the engine powering the thing? Which one is the one that's powering the thing? Are you the one? Or are you the one? I understand that is open. Oh, message your details if you want. Oh yeah, sure. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Just probably not these days. I need to save up for convention. I'd really appreciate that. I'll definitely keep that in mind. I have 3 more engine. What if I put engine? Right? Oh! Are you faster? What's with this? Current, previous. Wait, my previous is so slow? Why? So now it's a lot faster? No worries, my Telegram and Discord are the same as here. Gonna go self-care now. Have a good one. Yeah, take care of yourself. Thanks again. Appreciate. The speed is like more stable, I feel like. Is it just me? I mean, unless I turn like that, but even then, it's like pretty fast. Maybe the engine does help. Yeah, maybe the engine does help actually. I might be able to beat the gold now. But it's okay. Let me go to the garage. Deja vu. Deja vu. I've just been in this place before. Why is the song so sad? Oh, it's farewell, no wonder. Then I'm gonna skip this one. Oh, hell yeah. But, of course, I need to, like, pause the music for now. We have Rook and Druf. What is Rook and Druf? Only one way to find out. Let's go, my wang dangle. Something keeps falling off. Why am I going back? The game's cheating. Look at that, my car's so stable. Not really. I need to at least beat bronze, right? Hey. Something fell off. Whoa. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. No, Scorpion doesn't work. Help. No, my Scorpion. No, Scorpion cannot get up. I'm too fat. I'm too fat. No. Okay. How about this? We're gonna go back to garage. We're gonna go back to garage and we're gonna start with another unnamed. Right? We have this one, which I can actually just fuck around. Wait, I cannot fuck around. It's 6. I have to stop. I have to stop the stream. I have badminton afterwards. I want to play more of this tomorrow, definitely. I'm so into it. It's so good. Oh my god. Game is way more fun than I thought. To be honest. At first I thought like I'm probably not gonna like. I mean, I know I'm not gonna excel at this game, definitely. But I do enjoy building masterpiece after masterpiece. Look at this. Can you say you win with this car? No. But I did. Look at that. Masterpiece all over. So, yeah, I'm definitely enjoying this. And I couldn't wait to actually unlock a lot more parts so that I can, you know, craft more things, create more things that's more cursed. It's great. I love it. But too bad just now the thing was too fat. I'm probably gonna need more engine power. Probably gonna like buy like 3 or 4 more. If I have the money, I'll buy 3 or 4 more engine. Lego Tick Tick fun. It is very fun, to be honest. I didn't. Oh, it showcases my car. Best game. Oh, I suddenly got a bunch of Steam achievements. Let me become big real quick. But I'm big. I also need to find a raid target real quick. No, don't go YouTube. Oh. Does he? Does he maybe? Oh, I see the problem. Yeah, Twitch is having some problems here. Even my stream is not loading. Ooh, are you guys seeing a lot of buffering on my stream? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my stream doesn't load right now. Holy shit. Let me try other people's stream. Is it on my end? Yeah, everyone's just saying Twitch is borked. Just check another stream and it's bad there too on other people's chat. Seems fine on my end. Okay, at least that's fine. Also, hi. Thanks for the confirmation. Ghost stream. Ghost stream. The GUI Twitch is glitchy today. But it's more like, you know, my stream is constantly buffering on my end, but only my own stream. UI is glitchy too? Oh, if I put my stream at 160p, it works. I see, okay. But huge delay though, so Twitch is being weird today. 0 skip frames, 2.4 seconds buffer, and 2.5 second latency to broadcast. Only issue I've had have been with the chat connection borking periodically tonight. Oh yeah, even the closed caption is not showing here. Oh, the Twitch is really fucked up today. Oh yeah, I see what you mean by the glitch. Like it's so weird. It's so weird. Profile pictures are gone too. Well, that one at least not on my end. My profile picture is not gone. Let me refresh and see. Like last picture I said failed to send. Welcome, Rusty. Oh, welcome. Hope you're doing hacking good. Extension fucked off for when I reloaded the stream a couple minutes ago. Oh wait, no, it's back. Yeah, Twitch is being a little bit of a fucky wucky, but it's okay. Even Twitch is being fucky wucky, we can still watch our favorite streamer. I'm gonna... Oh, everything is gone. Oh, wait, I mean, raid should work fine, right? We're gonna raid to Daisy. Twitch is being a ducky wucky. Yeah. And Twitch is being a hacking ducky wucky. Oh. Oh, all the icons are gone. Oh, the icon is here, but icon is not on Dazzy's stream. Something that broke chat identities. So I guess we are all seeing the same thing and just slowly recovering. It's okay, we can still raid. I need to go badminton anyway. So yeah, let me... I don't know if I can still plug my own thing. Here, let me try summoning Bernie. I need to summon Bernie, very important. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Hey, at least that still works. Thanks, Bernie. That's my coffee. Yeah. I also have a D. I'm suddenly lagging like crazy. Help. Oh, I'm moving again. I'm not moving again. I'm moving again. What's happening? I have a Discord. There. My Discord is usually where I share my stream stuff, and I will spam dragon pictures when I can, just like this Kobo. You know what? I'm not gonna say all Kobo does, but at least this Kobo will always share dragon pictures when she can. I love dragon. I love dragon. Dragon good. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I don't know why I'm suddenly lagging like crazy, but hopefully it doesn't last for too long. Can't wait to play more. Can't wait to play more Screwdrivers tomorrow. Let me... Oh! Let's ask for updates. Why not? Hey, look at that. Okay, at least that still works. This one. And of course, you guys can use whatever emote you guys have. If you don't have mine, it's totally fine. Just maybe don't use more than 4. We don't want to flood the chat too much. So this is gross on Twitch's part is that right now they present me with the gift surprises from before they raised them a month ago or so, while acting as if they'll give me a discount when in reality I save nothing compared to the start of the year. And Twitch is being a dum-dum. Okay, I'm gonna type in the rate. Hopefully everything works well. If it doesn't, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do much. There's nothing much I can do. Oh yeah, I should do this then. Sorry. If you guys somehow got left behind by the raid, we're raiding to this one. Okay, that works. Yeah, we're raiding to Daisy, so if you got left behind, that's why we raided. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. I think the music is kind of loud. I didn't notice that. Thank you all. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all. And here comes the raid to Dazzy. We're ready to enter the kobold. Yeah, I just realized the music might be a little bit too loud. I mean, a tad bit, right? Not too bad. Have a good night. Thank y'all. Have a great day. Have a great day, night, evening, afternoon, everyone. Have a good time zone. I just realized time zone is like so wild, and I'm very surprised that most people who watch my stream is mostly either it's very midnight or like it's very early morning. Very surprised. You know, as a Malaysian, I feel kind of, you know, time zone's weird. Time zone is weird. Yeah, see, 3 a.m. Crazy. I feel like maybe, you know, the GMT plus 8 time Malaysian don't stream as much, question mark. I don't know. I can't say for sure. But yeah, take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Alright? See you guys tomorrow. Take care, take care. Kobo smooch. Mwah. Bye 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 bye.
Hello.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Bye bye. Thank you. Look at that big pack. Why is that Gibby going?